Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all you lovely folks joining me here nice and early over at HowlingMines. It's nice to see you, and to see you it is very, very nice. I do hope you're doing well today, and thank you very much for joining me. In case you missed it, Magic's changed a bit since we were online last. We were obviously busy with the guys from LDG on Sunday, so it's our first attempt at stabbing some Magic since the ban list hit. And if you've been here before and you've caught me on stream before, you'll know what I like to do when that's the case. And yes, we are Mythic already, but I like to get my brew on. I like to try and figure some things out, try some new cards, and figure it out from there, which is essentially what I'm going to be getting up to today. There's a couple of decks on the chopping block to work our way through. If we tank our rating, we tank our rating. That's going to be the way that it goes. But there's a lot of things that I want to try where we've got a chance in a brand new, fresh, standard format. As always, if you want the deck, it will be available courtesy of Cardboard Live and Stream Decker. You can just type !deck at any time and it will pull it up for you, and it will be perfectly available. We're going to be starting things off with a bit of a spicy one that we caught on someone else's stream earlier on. Mr. Crokies played against this deck a few times, and it caught my attention. So come with me, let's hop on over into the MTGA client, take a look at what's going on, and get things underway. Arena. Here for me, thank you. Eldraine Tribal, you may notice here. So, this one's real fruity, and it's been a bit of a mixed bag from the games that I've played with it so far. I don't think it's very good, but we're going to find out one way or the other. So, long-forgotten all-star of Eldraine here that many, many people forgot about. Feasting Troll King. He's a very, very big, vigilant, tramply boy. Makes a lot of food when he comes into play. Alternatively, you can sacrifice piles of food to pull him out of your graveyard back into play. Why does this matter? Well, currently, one of the best decks in the format is Blue-Black Rogues. It's one of the decks that survives being punched in the lungs courtesy of the new banning. So a lot of people have flocked there and have decided to start milling people out. So playing cards that offer you incidental value when getting milled is something that we're kind of interested in doing right now. So basically, that's the mythos behind the idea of this deck, I believe, from what we saw. So we're a mono-green shell based around generating food, which means we get to use a couple of other long-forgotten mainstays of the format in the form of Wicked Wolf, Gilded Goose, Trail of Crumbs, and some more skeptical choices in the form of stuff like Witch's Oven and Giant Opportunity. The rest of the deck's kind of rounded out by the expected green big monsters, some Xanadu Mammoths, some Primal Mites, Vivians, Grey Henges, nothing too surprising for the rest of that towards mono green. Sideboard very much tailored towards the expected metagame with a full forward Chainweb Arcana as well. So this one should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to giving it another spin on the ladder and seeing what we can do with it. So let's get to work. Let's get the Troll King off underway and see how we can do. Excited to get my brew on. Brewing is the best part. Just letting everybody know that we are live. Sweet. This hand is obviously... Oh, maybe not. Maybe less obviously. I don't think we can ever keep a hand with two Grey Henges in it, but we'll mulligan nonetheless. We can definitely keep this one, and we'll chuck one of these geese away. Honk. Black Lurus deck would suggest rogues, but not impossible that it is something else. Unfortunately, we do have our goose get heartlessly murdered, courtesy of Heartless Act. Let's make sure that's fired away. It certainly has done. Cool. That is a lot of Wicked Wolves. Awful lot of Wicked Wolves. I think I'm going to play this castle and not play the Mammoth. I'm just going to draw a card with Trail of Crumbs, and if I miss my land, I'll have to play this to get the Wolves online. Good evening, Ernie. How are you? Cling to dust, your own heartless actor. You got it. Opponent appears to have missed a land drop. Alright. Crack food. Vivian means I definitely can't afford to be missing my land drops. Yes, Omnath is has certainly taken a short reprieve from the format. As to what it looks like now, I'm trying to figure that out. So hopefully we'll know in due time. That's why we're getting our brew on today, just kind of accepting that our ranking is going to go through the floor while we do it. But that's part of the fun. Like, you can't always just be playing the best deck. So we're going to try out some new things, try out some more curveball ideas, and expect to do a lot of losing in the process. But we'll find out. Mammoth is not the untapped land I was looking for. That being said, Platinum 3, good start. Keep it up. I hope you can keep climbing as best you can. Yes, I would like to punch this Thief's Guild Enforcer, please. That's okay. Another rogue probably isn't okay, though. Okay, that's fine. Had me panicking for a second there. In comes the Mammoth. This card is messed up, by the way. Kazandu Mammoth is fantastic. This might not be the best Kazandu Mammoth deck, but this card's great. Yeah, well, Rogues and Mill, I should say, in some capacity, are kind of everywhere because they are the de facto, like, known best decks. Like, people just know they're good. Regardless of anything else. So that's what you're going to bump into a lot of the time. If I was trying to just climb and climb and climb, it's probably what I'd be playing too. I just fancy trying some more curveball-y ideas myself. Opponent looks extremely removal heavy. I also do think they are rogues. So in come this pile of spiders. In come these harbingers. I think that's it though. I don't think I want Ram through in this matchup, at least not yet. Vivian can go. And I think this is probably a matchup with Giant Opportunity is playable at best. Probably it's like a Witch's Oven out matchup, maybe? Give that a spin instead. Yeah, I like to take the time after a ban list or after a new set releases just to kind of revisit some old ideas. You try some things out that I haven't played in a while and see whether they've improved. This is still not a good hand, but it is better than the 7. Really would rather these Troll Kings be in our deck as opposed to in our hand. Especially in this matchup. Another Kazandu Mammoth. Alright. Probably just should have played the cabin there, actually. No reason to try and get this untapped if I don't need to. As opposed to risking missing my land drops. Opponent does have early blue this time. That is an awful lot of mammoths. Okay. Well, we've got a plan, I guess. Good morrow, Mr. Barman. How are you? Honk. Alright, well, we're definitely going to get our mammoth on to start here and see where that ends up. Dealing with a sad dog today. I'm sorry, man. That's rough. Hopefully things improve for you shortly. Anti-cognition. Yes, well, I deserve that, I guess. Goodbye, Kazandu Mammoth. Now the forest is actually pretty reasonable for us here. I think I just want to try and punch this thing in its soul while my graveyard isn't too full. So the Wicked Wolf can get to work. Let him do his thing, assuming he resolves. He does not. No punching of the Thieves Guild Enforcer in its soul today, at least. Hey Mubs, how you doing, bud? Nice to see you. He's chilled up today with everyone else changing his routine as well. That's perfectly fair, man. I'm glad that it's improving, at the least. Yeah, getting there, dude. Just getting my brew on. Trying some things in New Standard. Want to experiment and do that earlier on in the season while I'm not high Mythic and can chase it down later if I particularly care. So, just trying out some new stuff. Hopefully it should be some fun. Vantris Gargoyle. You got it. Yeah, I've given myself an outline. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I am slowly, when I get time, working on improvements, but, you know, everything takes time. That just means we have a Troll King this turn, right? Whoop. Crunch. He big. Yeet. If it holds up as well as it should, it will pick up my hands and stuff too. But just takes a bit of practice. I'm good, man. I'm just sick of people being dumb, being offensive to people. Trailer Crumbs is a pretty good draw. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to try and smoke screen it though. Yeah, the rogue deck is pretty obviously just messed up, Barman. Like it's not really a surprise to anybody. It's a case of like, how does the metagame play back at that now? And like obviously Rakdos mid range is a good one. And we'll have a good matchup there. But what else can we do? Because, you know, it's brand new format. Yeah, Rogues is very good right now. Stop putting yourself down, Ernie. We're not having any of that. But, like, the deck is clearly good. If you were just, like, after something you know is going to be good moving forward, then, yeah, play Rogues. Rogues is great. I really don't want this to get countered. It's super valuable. So I'm going to lead on this Mammoth and see if my opponent bites. Okay, well, there was no response there, so I guess I'm just jamming this. Okie dokie. That is a lot of food. This Troll King should be alive for a while and will be able to draw a lot of cards. That's fair, Mubs. I've played less than I'd have liked, but the real world has kept me rather busy. Cling to dust. You got it. Unfortunately, it's affected my content, which has really damaged my numbers. So, I'm just going to have to do my best to build it back up again. Slowly but surely. Another Vantris Gargoyle is fine. Speak of support. Thank you very much, Ashley. 3 months now. Ridiculous. That's a brand new badge for you. Thanks for the support and thank you for resubscribing, my dude. That's very, very sweet of you. Let's draw ourselves a card here with the Gilded Goose. Nice to see you. How are we doing today? Whoop. I will take the Great Henge. Thank you for asking. Yeet. You could say this is going well. We want to punch this. And we want to sack a food to it. Draw a card in the process. Okay, opponent's done playing Magic the Gathering. That was a pretty reasonable start. I think it depends, honestly, Ernie. Like, yeah, like, if you enjoy Draft will definitely build your collection faster. But it's much harder to get cards that you want specifically, because drafting doesn't count towards your little wildcard counter, whereas spending gold on packs does. So it's touch and go. I recommend people draft and explore the formats and build up a collection that way. It tends to be a fair bit cheaper, but there are pros and cons to both. I tend to do both. I do plenty of drafts and I do plenty of buying of packs as well. So, but I also need a pretty extensive collection to stream the game. So, you know, depends on person to person, I think. Nice to have a quiet night, not bricking it over killing people. That's perfectly fair. Honestly, Barman, I've not checked. It's been hectic at work, as you can imagine, given that we've had to close the play space again. Give me 2 seconds and I'll double check for you that I've received it at the very least, because I've just been a bit caught up. Really sorry. Somewhat unsurprisingly, the world is still on fire. Yes, looks like I did. Looks like I received it just fine. So, shouldn't be a problem, dude. Thank you very much. I've said a lot of things since you you last spoke, Mubs. I'm not sure what you missed. Yeah, that's fine, dude. As I say, no big deal. Just been real busy. This hand functions mainly because it is a Goose into Trail of Crumbs hand. Needs some help. I understand, Mubs. I do. It's just really hard to do that not in person. The store's not closed, Ash. We're still open for business, but we can't have a play space anymore. But yes, there will be some more Jackbox on the way, some more Among Us on the way as well. So don't panic about that. But yes, just no play area for now. Honestly, Mubs, that's the other problem, dude. I'm just not free right now. I'll see if I can find a tutorial video for you or something similar like that you can follow. Otherwise, it might be a while before I can get around to giving you a hand. Questing Beast, yikes. That is surprisingly annoying. Wicked Wolf is a good one. I kind of wish I hadn't cracked the food to find it, but it's not bad. Do I just punch the goose? I appreciate that, Ash, but as I was just saying to Mubs, I have very little free time right now. So, unlikely to be the case, but I appreciate that nonetheless. I think I can just be passive here. I can take another hit off this questing beast before it becomes too much of a problem. Let's take 4 more damage. Nighthawk Scavenger. So opponent just looks like they're on some kind of green-black rock of some capacity. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people that are on Baldur's Gate right now. Yeah, of course, Ash. I appreciate that. Well, if I can be of any help with that, let me know. No, Mubs, the outline I made myself. It's an effect that I've added to my camera. I can cast you. Should I cast you? Probably not. Probably better off just getting my punch on. Yeah, I just wanted to make myself stand out a little bit from regular green screen streamers, so I thought I'd put some branding into my aura and just give myself a little cutout. And I think it looks okay, so I'm leaving it on there for now. What on earth is that card? We have a flying boneyard lurker. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that. Mainly because my branding is blue and orange, Mubs. So that's why I went with orange. This is kind of annoying. I guess I'm throwing a goose under the bus. Troll King. Make a pile of food. Half and half doesn't work, unfortunately. It's not something I can do. Well, if I can do it, I don't know how. So I'll have to look into it in the future. That's fair. I enjoyed Baldur's Gate in my youth. So I can see that I might enjoy it again now. But again, I've just not had time. Just not had time at all to get around to it. Wouldn't work, that, unfortunately, Mubs. Not... I could try and break down how the effect itself works, but it's basically done via OBS plugin, so I can't put the plugin on twice, but only half each time. It doesn't work, but I appreciate the feedback. I really did not expect Boneyard Lurker, I'll be honest. This goose is welcome to die again. Do I want to draw a card is the question. The answer is I don't know. I don't think I do. There is some interesting mods for Skyrim, I'll definitely give you that. 100%. I'm probably fighting this turn. I needed to make the food last turn. This makes sense. A lot of people have started playing Pelucranosses because of how good they are against rogues. So this makes a lot of sense, and is a bit of a big boy. Another Troll King. I've got the ground kind of on level pegging. I probably just have to punch this in the skull, don't I? So how much mana do I have? Okay, so let's undo that, because I'm going to need to do this the hard way. I guess I have to try and find another Wicked Wolf to deal with this Scavenger, or I'm going to have to start making 3/3s with Reach. But let's draw a card. Honestly, Ash, this is the first time I've had the chance to play Magic since the bans went live, because of the real world. So I am just having to spend some time getting used to the format now. It's why I wanted to try out some brews today. And try out new things. I gave a nice little breakdown at the start of the video and the stream, but like I think cards that gain value from your graveyard right now are probably just in a very good spot, which is why I want to try stuff like the Troll King out. That's an interesting shout, actually, Mubs. That might have been a valid line. If the Vivian survives, then yeah, that might have been pretty solid. But obviously, I know there's a questing beast on the way, so it's kind of hard to keep this alive without making a bad block with the Troll King. Anyway. Nothing wrong with Bake Off. Bake Off's great. I also love cake, as you might be able to tell by my stature. Nothing like a good bit of cake. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a point. Like, I definitely could have explored Vivian there for sure. It wasn't even something I thought of. But I'm not 100% sure it was correct. That's all. How many cards have there been? 6. This takes 6 others, so it's not coming back just yet. Right? Is that... Yeah. Oh, God, what? Oh, no. Wait. Oh, okay, no, okay, that's fine. That works. That works how my opponent wants it to. That makes sense. I got completely thrown off for a second there. Yeah, so if we do play a Viv and make a 3-3 that can block this, my opponent probably shoots it down and attacks anyway. I still think this is probably correct. Yeah, seems good. Make a 3-3 with reach. Off you go. Drawn a few too many Troll Kings in this game, but that's going to happen against the non-rogue matchups at the end of the day, so if it's good, we've got to get used to doing that. Unfortunately, Mono Green has no real good way of getting rid of them without just, you know, casting them. So yeah, the plan here is if Vivian stays alive, I imagine my opponent has killed the 3-3 with reach to get at Vivian, but if she stays alive, then I can minus her next turn, cast the Troll King, get another wolf, and have the wolf punch wherever I need it to. Just coming at me. It is. Okay, well, I think in which case I'm probably just supposed to do this. One is not 0, chat. 1 is not 0. Oh, for God's sake. Agadim's Awakening proving to be a house here. Yeah. One, in fact, larger than 0, yes. Okay, well, I don't really see any other option than just firing this off. Yeah, second Agadeem there is really good, but Agadeem's just very good in general. Yeah, I think we kill the flyer and then bring back the other Troll King as well. So grab Wicked Wolf, have it fight this, activate it, sacking a food. Pay the 1, grab an oven. Punches. Troll King makes 3 food. Opponent taking their time to read cards, which is fair because most of these cards haven't seen play in about 2 years. Bring this boy back. Trigger Trail 3 times, but sadly we can only use it once, which I believe I will do. Value. Value has been called. Primal Might on top of my deck's not a bad one either. Troll King's doing work, chat. Troll Kings are doing work. Yeah, should have a ton of food after this to hopefully just kind of make sure we stay alive. Shouldn't be a big deal. Also, these are vigilant for some reason because, you know, fuck you. Yeah, sure, dude. Okay, so this Poly K is going to be really big. So I've got 6, 7, 8 mana to just fireball through this Pelucranos. So I can use 6 of it, right? And that'll be enough. Because I just want to crack the food and make sure I'm not completely dead out of nowhere. So let's do this for 5. I don't think... I can't clear the Pelucranos with anything at the minute, Mub, so I'm not sure that's correct. Make a 3/3 with reach. A castle can't cast Primal Might, can it? It's only creature spells. Like, it's very hard for us to lose this game, so like it's just about taking the line that stops us from getting punked out. And this is way safer. Opponent's deck's kind of cool though. Playing a lot of unique cards. There's the Questing Beast. No reasonable amount of cards in my opponent's graveyard, so this is just fine. We should gain some life, get to untap, and slam 2 Troll Kings back into play, because, you know, why not? Let's grab another chunky creature on the way in. No, the Golgari sleeves are nice, though. Ponch. Opponent makes a food, no worries. Makes 3 food, sack the 3 food for a Troll King. Trigger Trailer Crumbs 3 times. Take a Gingerbread Cabin. Take the Great Henge and then choose to not pay for this other one. Cast the Great Henge. There is a Troll King on top of my library. Everything is going perfectly. Yeet. This is cooking with some gas, folks. I'll be honest. This is felt better than I thought it was gonna. All right, we take game 1 against Scream Black midrange. So GB, I guess we'll definitely want these adversaries, these harbingers. I don't think we want Scavenging Ooze based on anything we saw. I might want Ram through though, so I think I'm gonna sleeve those up. This is probably not a giant opportunity matchup. This card's really narrow. I'm actually just not even sure it's good enough. Opponent gave up, but they were definitely dead. Moving forward anyway, so no big deal. And I think there's a chance some of the top end has to go here. I think it might just be a case of like a Turn Timber and 2 ovens. The oven isn't great in this matchup either, so we'd rather have threats that are more resilient to the removal than ovens to counteract the removal. That looks good. Troll King did its thing and came back from the graveyard numerous times and murdered innocent souls. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Let's do that again, shall we? I do think Pelucranos is in a really good spot right now, though. Card probably deserves to just see more play. His hand, unfortunately, isn't quite there. It's just a little too short on mana. To land it with a Goose on a 6, I probably keep, and I'll bin the Troll King back to my deck, because we're not casting it anytime soon. His hand is almost identical. It's kind of shitty. Obviously, 3rd land is basically the only thing I really want. Castle Garenbrig makes that a very easy decision. Let's lead on Gilded Goose. Turn 2 Garruk's Harbinger will be really good if we can get it. Opponent bolts himself. Nice. Nope, no turn 2 Harbinger. Fair enough. Goose of their own. Well, let's try that again, I suppose. Honk. There's now an argument with Grackmore. Am I just supposed to punch this? It makes a 3/3 when it dies. Ugh. This card's really annoying. I think I'm punching it in the face. Just don't think I can leave it there, really. Scavenging Ooze, that's not a bad one. Another cabin is not ideal as they are currently tapped. Chaville. Bane of Monsters. This card's good. Need to find a big bulky boy here, really, to kind of get through this wall of stuff. Scooze is a 4/4 if my opponent wants it to be. But I think I'm supposed to take this trade, you know. I just don't have a good way of handling this scavenging ooze otherwise, so I think that's what I'm doing. Okay, I would like to stop drawing gingerbread cabins, and that's going to happen mainly because there are no more cabins for me to draw, so there is also that. Opponent unfortunately not falling for the bait and blocking with Chaville, which would have been nice. Unsurprisingly, counter goes on the goose. Boneyard Lurker. Why is this card kicking my ass so bad? Like, it's really been a pain in the ass. Like, it's probably just worse than Balaged Recovery, but not by a lot. When it keeps becoming a 4/4 flyer, it's definitely proving to be annoying. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. This is going to be quite close. But if I can untap safely, I get to start cracking food. I can just take 4 here. I don't want to let the goose die because my opponent draws a card if I do. Poly K is pretty good. Kazandu Mammoth is not that good. Alright, well. You have to block both of these, or you die. God, I forgot how much of a house Wicked Wolf just is. Like, it's The card just hasn't seen play in so long. It's just been outclassed. But it's a house. Card is gas. Think I'm okay with both of these transactions happening. Opponent goes to 2. I'll bring back the king. Cast this as a thing. Crack this food now. So go. Grasp of Darkness. What if I would rather that be alive? Opponent realizes their mistake. Down comes Grackmore. And this is fine. And we untap and kill him, right? I guess we play this first just in case I've missed something. Nice, okay. 2-0 so far with Troll King Green. Up to 1134. Let's keep cooking. Definitely spending our time against some percentage gamers today, for better or worse. We were down there a little while ago ourselves, so... this is one of those really weird hands that kind of doesn't do anything. So I just don't think this card is good enough, unfortunately. Even though it really does facilitate the troll. I'd like to try this hand for science reasons, so I'm going to. The Great Henge is not exactly the draw step I was looking for, I'll be honest. Looking like Rakdos, so this is going to be tough because most of my creatures will not be surviving. Needed this to be in the bin, really. Really would like my opponent to cast a Croxer, because that will end rather well for us, as things stand. Looks like they're on to do that next turn. Vivian. If I was 1 mana better off, I would probably just end up ramping out the Henge here, because I could make a 7/7 and cast it. But I don't actually think that's worthwhile. Think I'm just going to have the center tapped. I'm going to assume my opponent is casting Croxer next turn most of the time. Yeah, okay, sure. I just want to find my land then, in which case. And then, hopefully I'm right, they discard a card to Channeler, play a Black Source, bring back Croxer, we discard Troll King, job's good. Yep, well, that's discarding the card part. Takes Rankle. That is not a good sign, because it makes me think that they're just going to play that instead, sadly. Might be okay if they pick the discard a card mode, though. Go on, make me discard a card. Do it. What's the worst that could happen? You, sir, are my friend. I like you a lot. Okay. I'm actually going to have to waste a lot of mana here, a lot of trail triggers here, unfortunately, but it is definitely worth it, so back you come. So I need 2 mana for Henge, and then I need... So I can pay for one of these, and then I can't pay for the rest. Henge. Wolf. Punch the Rankle. Wasn't a bad little turn, that, was it? Wasn't a bad little turn. Just, 20 mana's worth of spells. Probably fine. Grasp of Darkness is starting to see way more play. Like, what's made Grasp good all of a sudden? Yeah, it's a wolf down, unfortunately. But it did its job already, killed the Rankle, so that's fine. And another 4/4 Channeler, sure. Another Troll King's not bad. Not bad at all. Crunch. Off you go. The Troll Boy is doing a good job, I'm going to be honest. I am impressed. Opponent definitely helped this game, however. Back comes Croxer. Happy to pitch the third Trailer Crumbs. Xandu Mammoth. Alright, well, so we're going to start on attacks because they are basically free. Crunch. Absolutely. Opponent goes to 6. We will yet again bring back a Troll King. Triggers. Oh, this is great. The opponent agrees that is more than enough to stop playing. Alright, sick. So, Red Black Escape. I definitely want these scavenging oozes. Garrus Harbinger's probably pretty good too, actually. And I think this is probably just a opportunity out matchup and call it good. Seems smooth. More of this. It's going well so far. Howdy folks that are hanging out, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping by. I guess the question is, how good is Garrus Harbinger in this matchup? Let's find out. That's what we're here to do, right? We're here to learn. So let's learn. Vivian is kind of whatever. Dress me. Nice. You actually have a fair number of options given that I'm mono green. Takes Vivian, dresses me again. Alright. Okay. Kazandu Mammoth is not a terrible draw, but for now we are just passing the turn back to our opponent. Croxer, Titan of Death's Hunger, sure. I think I'll just discard turn Timber Symbiosis here. Another Primal Might is perfectly reasonable. Let's get this Harbinger on the go if we're allowed to. Opponent misses their land drop. I will play a Mammoth as a land. Get swinging with the Harbinger. Draw ourselves a card. Draw a Troll King. Feels good. In which case, am I ever playing this out, or am I just playing as a land? I think I can play this out. It's probably fine. Down it goes like a sack of hammers. Croxer again. Well, I'll probably just pitch the Troll King then. Wish I hadn't now, obviously, because we drew the land, but hey. We do get to draw a card still with this Harbinger. Because right now, Son of Dawn, Rogues is the deck to beat. And if Rogues is the deck to beat, then I want to be playing cards that are good in my graveyard. It's also just pretty reasonable against Croxer, so... It's felt pretty good so far, honestly. How much mana do I have? 5, so only 8. So not dead yet. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm completely full of food. I am chunky food green. Wow, don't you just love bots? Get the fuck out of my channel. Thanks. Unfortunately, flooding out when I made the silly decision to discard this when I clearly didn't need to. Kazandu Mammoth is fine. He can do a quick punch job on this zombie. Scavenging Ooze is pretty great, yes. There are some in my sideboard. But like, this is the first time I've had the chance to play Standard since the ban list update, so I'm just trying out new things and just getting to grips with. That's a really good one. That rankle is very, very good. Just getting to grips with new stuff, trying out some ideas, and you know, while we can at least. Goodbye, Kazandu Mammoth. Well, that is a food. Not that does anything. As I say, a little bit flooded here, but also this is kind of on me. We should have a Troll King in play and we don't. And that very much might be the difference between winning and losing this game. Howdy, Zero Shift. How are you today? Nice to see you, sir. It's been a while. Hopefully you're well. Playing some Magic? Well, that's good news. I also happen to be playing some Magic. Strange, I know. I am indeed online, that is correct. Hi. I'm glad you remember me occasionally. Yeah, I think this... we're going to have to win game 3 here, but I've just punted this game away. I'm pretty sure if I don't discard this Troll King, we win the game, but that's kind of on me. Yeah. Big Puntsville, USA. Let's not do that again. Felt pretty reasonable. I'm happy with where we are, but that was bad. Should just have a 7-6 in play. Boop. I mean, I'm surprised I beat Swedish people singing about Satan. That sounds pretty great. Yeah, the 4 Spider Bros are basically specifically for rogues. They're very, very good in that matchup. This is kind of awkward, actually. This hand doesn't do a lot. I think we have to do better than that. This is actually a 2-lander, so it's going to be a keep. But I'm not happy about it. There's a higher chance I cast this Henge than the Troll King, I think, so it's the one that's going back. That's weird. Stream Decker was working a second ago for that deck list. If it's not, I'll have to copy and paste it over real quick. There you go. Tis one of many things I'm looking forward to trying now that Standard is looking a bit different. Magmatic Channeler, yes. That Goose is a good draw, honestly, if it survives, but it needs to survive. Discards Croxar. I don't actually think this Rakdos deck is very good, but it is definitely well positioned against rogues, so I can see why it's so popular right now. Tiramet calls are dead, yes. Another forest. I probably just have to crack one of these the old-fashioned way. Bleh. I mean, there's plenty of Croxus around because it is one of the better escape cards right now, but that's kind of the key, is that when Rogues is one of the better decks in the format, Escape is a great mechanic. You want to be toying around with cards that utilize the fact your opponent is fueling your graveyard for you. And that's the theory behind Feasting Troll King as well, is that most of my time, my opponent's going to incidentally put it into the graveyard for me in that matchup. Very much like the escape cards. Well, goodbye. Probably Primal Might. No, takes the Henge out of respect. Good man. I can appreciate that. Was there not a Croxer in this graveyard? Oh well, he got exiled. Okay, never mind. But like, it's the reason like Cling to Dust is so good right now as well, because just free spells that you don't have to draw are pretty great. Opponent is doing a pretty good job at playing the attrition game here. Scavenging Ooze online. I'm definitely playing the Goose because it starts drawing me cards again. The question is whether I bother playing the Oven. And I think the answer is honestly no. I think I'm just meant to eat a creature and pop this Channeler dead. So if I eat Magmatic Channeler, and then just pay 0, get this thing off the table. Seems good to me. Would really like to find a Troll King. Or even like a Henge. You know, one of the bigger payoffs at this moment in time. But we are currently 2-0 with this. We've only been live for just over an hour. But we've not actually lost a match yet. So let's keep it up. More dead being called. Does put a Croxer in the grave that I will try to eat in a moment, assuming Scavenging Ooze makes it out of here alive. Which it looks like it does. Wicked Wolf is kinda gas. Alright, so let's handle this now before I forget. Nom. Let's have the Wolf punch a 2-2. Move to combat. Attack for 4. Off you go, my dude. Opponent milling over 3 removal spells must feel really bad for them. But that is part and parcel of playing this deck, I guess. Well, if you draw one anyway, who cares? Scoos down like a stack of hammers. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum, Mr. Sandman. Would love to find a Troll King. Don't think I'm drawing one card at end of turn here. I'd rather just untap. Wow, Primal Might's pretty good. So if I do this for 3... Do I even need to do this, honestly? Like, the answer is no, so let's hold the Primal Might. We can do better than that. Cool, so this Ooze... Sack of food for me. Let's grab Kazandu Mammoth. Vivian. Let's play out this Mammoth as a creature. Play out the Oven and say go. The Rogues deck is fantastic, and I got to be honest, I really enjoy playing it too. So when I start trying to rank up hard, I'll probably just crack on with some Rogues, assuming it's still good. But in the meantime, I'm going to brew, and I'm going to try and find some cool stuff. I think Gruul Adventures is really cool. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Makes a change for you. It's not your normal playstyle. Shatter Skull Smashing. It's pretty good, honestly. I still don't feel like I'm in danger. Basically, only that's what I'm testing tonight. Like, in theory, against rogues, you want to be playing cards like Chainar Arachnid and like other escape cards and things that make use of the fact your opponent is fueling your graveyard for you. And the card that I'm testing first here is Feasting Troll King, which is a card that wants to be in my graveyard a lot of the time in that matchup. So, yeah, I definitely think that's where I'd want to start, which is why I've started there. But yeah, I mean, the format is, what, 2 days old, maybe? No one's going to have cracked the nut just yet. We knew Rogues was a good deck from before the bannings, so it's clearly still a good deck. Nothing from it got banned. It'll take some time to figure out what we're supposed to be doing against it. Which is why I'm here today. Hi, hello. Playing Eldraine Block Constructed. Except for this. Ignore this. Hopefully that answers your question somewhat. Is that a Troll King on top of my library? It is. I'm 1 mana short of casting it. That's really annoying. Guess I'm just drawing it next turn. That's fine. Let's churn out another idiot. Yeah, I think I'm happy to get punching this time around. This is also a zombie, so it doesn't actually matter what I smack. And then if opponent wants to block this Wicked Wolf, I will happily sack a food. Yeah, of course. As I say, cards with escape are your best friends. I'd look into exploring some of those. And just other cards that care about being in the graveyard. I also think aggro is significantly more playable than it was before the bannings as well. So there's probably a good aggro shot out there to be found. But again, these things take time. And I look forward to being the one to hopefully find them, because that's the fun part. Croxer? What do you mean I don't get to cast my third Trailer Crumbs? Fine. I disagree with you, Zero. Mainly because I think Gruul isn't actually an aggro deck. I think it is an aggressively slanted mid-range deck more than it is an actual aggro deck. Some could even argue it's a combo deck, if you tried really hard. I actually misclicked there, by the way. I meant to sacrifice 4 food to this wolf, and I clicked through my combat step. Which was not what I meant to do. Opponent should be dead. Should have just got in and pushed. Oh, if you're playing like aggressively slanted green-red, then obviously I haven't seen that list, but I honestly don't think that deck is stellar either. I think between rogues and like this deck being the best decks of the format, I think you want creatures that are good against white removal, which makes me think I want to be white aggro instead. Because I think I want Seasoned Hallowblade and like and the dog, the Selfless Savior and stuff. We haven't lost yet, Mubs, to answer your question. We are currently undefeated with Feasting Troll King in Mythic, so not bad. Not bad. I can cast this goose for free. Sadly, can't draw that Primal Might. So, reach on this. Send in the clowns. This is completely fine. Opponent gains 5, so can I kill them? 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. No, I can't. So what I'm supposed to do is... No, I can. I can. I can kill them just fine. Opponent figured it out too. Troll King continues to win. Up to 936. Let's keep going. I'm enjoying this one a lot. It's really cool. It's playing a lot of cards I've not had the pleasure in playing in some time, so yes. Yeah, I've seen Mono Black Devotion floating around. I know Yeoman 5 is pretty high on that deck right now. Looks pretty sweet. Looking forward to giving that a crack at sometime soon too. But I'm enjoying Eldraine Tribal more than I thought I was going to be, so let's play a little more Feasting Troll King. At least for now. This one's really sweet. And you can't stop when you're winning, can you? That's just bullshit. The Hurricane. This is a 2-lander. I really hope these geese don't die, but guess we'll find out. Mubs, I'm afraid I have no idea what word that was supposed to be, so I can't tell you. Just red-black again. Alright, well. Removal, I have 4 Primal Might in the main deck and 3 copies of Ram Through in my sideboard. I think that's it. Oh, and the Wicked Wolves, obviously. I have the Wolves to do punching as well. This is also technically a land. I think I want to cast this, though, to be brutally honest. No Questing Beast. I don't think Questing Beast is very good right now. There's an awful lot of random Death Touch idiots between, like, Maya Triton, the Falmir Knight in Green Black Adventures, what's he called? The Rogue, the 4/2 Rogue. There's also just not a lot of Planeswalkers, which means it doesn't do a ton. I think it's, like, fine, but I just don't think you want it. I know that 2 of those can't block unassisted, I'm aware of that, but creature combat is not where you want to be. The Rogue can, it's a 4/2, right? Or at least it is when the Lord's in play, and they never don't have the Lord in play. Okay, getting punished for my greed ever so slightly. Punished for my greed. I think the lack of Planeswalkers is the bigger one. Like a 4/4 with haste just actually isn't very well positioned right now. See what our opponent's got for us. Garruk Unleashed is cool, but he doesn't really fit into what we're trying to do in this shell. I think if you're playing traditional mono green, then Garruk is perfectly fine. Like, cards are really good, and definitely worth playing. But we're trying to be very food centric to leverage Troll King as best we can. So I think the other 4-drops just kind of play better than Garruk does. Card's definitely good though, no doubt. Bone Crusher is ready. Land is a good one here. Again, because we're leaning into being very food-centric. And again, there's a lot of black removal in the format right now. So, being able to make food for Troll King, make food for Trailer Crumbs, make food for Wicked Wolf. All things that we're interested in doing. Opponent seems to have had a really kind of anemic draw. It's kind of starring and stalling a little bit. Tyramet Calls the Dead is going to help set them up for a Croxer, hopefully, though, so they're definitely not dead yet. I have Harbingers in my sideboard, dude. Got Harbingers in my board. Again, we're leaning as hard into food as we can to see what works and what doesn't. Like, not all of it's going to be good, but we have to lean first to find out. Xandu Mammoth is a messed up magic card, by the way. This thing's really, really good. Haven't lost with it yet, Adam. Haven't lost with it yet. I am playing the land that makes a food, yeah. I got 3 of them currently, but the mana base is kind of wonky, because I obviously want Castle Garen Briggs, some of those, some Turn Timber Symbiosis, so it's hard to manage the right number of forests for it. So, don't know how many I'm supposed to be playing. Croxer, unfortunately, means we're going to lose our Vivian here. I'm pretty sure 4 Castle might be correct without 18 Forests. Just because of how powerful casting Troll King a turn early is. Yeah, I think you're right, Mubs. I think playing the oven was a mistake, yeah. I think that's definitely correct. I'm sure there's math to support it, but like, maybe I'm supposed to be on 3 Castle? Don't know. But I think I'm on 16 Forest right now, is that right? No, I'm on 13. I'm on significantly less. So, yeah, almost certainly should be 1 less castle, I think. Let's try and find some cards, because we're going to need to handle this Croxer pretty sharpish. Ding! Yeah, as I say, I was on 3 of the cabin anyway, because it is surprisingly powerful in this shell, but it might just be a case of we need to concede to more forests to make our mana a little more consistent, but that's what we're playtesting for, right? Very much agree that the mana could be slightly off. I'm pretty sure there are cards in this deck right now that don't belong there, but we got to try them out to find out whether they do, right? So this is fine. I let my opponent discard this. The question, I think I'm supposed to be untapping, making a food, pulling this back. There's a chance I'm supposed to, like, sack a goose instead. I did discard the King to Croxer already, Mubs, yeah. It comes up as an unsurprising amount, as you might think. Yeah, I think there's a good chance I'm supposed to sack a goose to the oven here, because... And if that's the case, I should have blocked. Should have blocked with goose, sacked it to oven, instead of trying to leave this alive. Yeah, that'd be cool, Adam. It'd be nice to see you again later. So I think I'm still going to do this, as much as it was pretty clearly a mistake on my part not to block. Castle Garenbrig. Back comes the king. Trail of Crumbs triggers 3 times, and we get to pay for them all. I'll take another trail. Whoops, that's not great. And I'll take a Vivian. Am I attacking for 5? Probably not. So I should be on 17 if I'd blocked and not been an idiot. Possible that we Viv mobs. Depends on what happens here, obviously. Like, if my opponent attacks with Croxer, there's an argument to discarding the Viv so that I can block with Troll King, make a food off the goose, a food off the trail, a food off the oven, and bring it back again. So we'll see. Alright, we have to decide now, and I think that's what I prefer. They can bring a Croxer back anyway. So I guess I'm supposed to do this block and sack it to the oven. Opponent can't really attack with the 2/2s anyway, Mubs. I'm not sure it matters. Opponent unfortunately had 2 mana removal to go with what I thought was going to be another Croxer, but it wasn't, so maybe we're okay. Opportunity. This is proving to be a little bit awkward. We're kind of stalling out, not being able to get through the Croxer. Obviously, sadly, I can't pay for all these triggers, but we'll pay for our fair share. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure I've navigated this game correctly. Pretty sure I made some mistakes at some point or another. It'll be a nice, interesting one to go back and watch. To see. You're right, Mubs. Yeah, I just forgot this is 3 forests. Again, I'm mono green. I'm not used to having to look at my mana base when I'm playing mono green to see what lands I have. But yes, you're definitely correct. Should have played one of these so that I could make food. Just didn't look. Uriah Sky Nomad lets you exile permanents from play, Ernie. Huh. Where do we go with this now? I'm pretty sure it's just an easy block. I have a giant opportunity in my hand. My opponent's going to bring back a Crocs, or I'll take 3 more damage and figure it out from there. Or at least I expect them to. You own, yes. So you can't exile permanents that you've stolen from your opponent or that are under your control even though you don't actually own the card. So, but it is only permanents in play. So yeah, we got to take another chunk of damage here and hope we're not dead. Otherwise, that would be a bit silly, don't you think? Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah. Sadly, not quite that way. I have Scavenging Ooze in the sideboard as well, Mubs. This is still game 1. Still very much game 1. Back he comes again. Triggers. I mean, I'll take another one now, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. Oven. Sure. Discard, block, take 6 and die, unfortunately, yeah, so that's fine. No way of staying alive there, so we'll move on to game numero dos and try and fix that around. So we liked, obviously Scavenging Ooze in the matchup, we liked Garrick's Harbinger as well, I think. The Gem Razor is kind of whatever. I think Ram Through is possibly a card that I want, mainly because I think this isn't very much of a giant opportunity matchup, and I think we were deciding. I can't remember how I felt about Henge. I don't think it ever tends to resolve. I don't think this is a Henge matchup. It is obviously very, very good, but like my opponent rips my hands to shreds. It's just like a brick the majority of the time. I don't think I'm supposed to keep Henge. I don't think it's what the game's about. So I'm not gonna lose the Henge. See how I feel with it gone. I just don't think so, Mubs. And like, yes, I agree there's a chance that I still want Great Henge in my deck, but like I have to try these things out, so I'm going to play this game without it and see if its absence is glaringly obvious. Alright, cool. That one's a little bit awkward. I think we can do better than that. That is indeed better than that. In fact, quite significantly better. I'll put back the Scavenging Ooze. Honk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a mulligan too. I just wanted to think it through, because obviously the mammoths are lands. Just think about how they get sequenced. I don't think I do. Like, what else am I putting back if I keep the second ooze? I think I'd rather just hold the ooze until it's able to do its job. Turn 2 Harbinger is certainly tempting here, and I think that's what I'm going to be doing. There's definitely a lot of options I've had over the course of these games, and that's what I think is going to make them interesting to watch back, because there's been a lot of micro decisions that I've had to think about. It's very obvious how diminishing Scavenging Oozes are in multiples too. Maya Triton is certainly rather good against Garrett's Harbinger. Well, we can't ride a Harbinger when there's a Maya Triton in the way, so that's not going to be happening. I think I can afford to wait for now. There is no reason me exposing my ooze and getting it killed before I can use it. Like, if I cast ooze here, it achieves nothing. It just gets murdered. No, it's my Triton, not your Triton. I will... No, that's not a phrase that's okay, Mubs. It's not okay at all. Temple of Malus, sure. Never mind, sir, never mind. Depends on who's exposing what. You have a point. I think I prefer the wolf as opposed to taking the land. Opponent bone crushes the ooze, short. Find the land. 2 cards in the graveyard, so... Yeah, pretty sure this is trading 1 for 1 as a very expensive 4 mana removal spell. Mainly because it lets us draw a card. Which is a land. Nice. Fleshbag Marauder in green, except it costs 1 more mana. Who said green cards were good, right? What a liar. Green cards, fine. Add blue to them, broken. Yeah, completely accurate. 100%. Magmatic Channeler, you got it, Chief. This can't block, thankfully, so that's not a big deal. 3 cards in the bin. So I'm going to get the Skoos online now, probably, but I don't see any harm in attacking first. I could just slam the Troll King, you're not wrong. But with 4 cards in opponent's graveyard, I think I would rather Skoos. You Skoos, you lose. Well, we're about to find out whether that's true or not, I guess. This Troll King isn't suddenly going to get bad. So I'm kind of happy getting the ooze online and then jamming it if we need to. But just getting rid of the Ox, getting rid of the Croxer, trying to stop our opponent from refreshing their hand should their hand be a steaming pile of garbage. I will not be blocking. Thank you very much, Bone Crusher Giant. Just saying. Bone Crusher the old way. Fabled Passage. Alright, let's eat a creature on the way out. Gingerbread Cabin. Not bad at all. So this is a Bone Crusher, and it's always a Bone Crusher. It's definitely always a Bone Crusher. I can keep my ooze out of reach, which is something that I should do. So, I'm going to. If opponent doesn't block, that obviously changes. But if they do block, I need to be able to keep it alive. Opponent in the tank lets it go. Troll King! Heartless Act could indeed take counters off, which is another reason to attack with it first, because it means I can at least trade that way. If that's what happens. Feeling pretty good about this one. Hopefully we get a game 3. Bloodchief's Thirst on a Scavenging Ooze. That is a thing you are certainly allowed to do. I'll eat this Maya Triton on the way out. Another Shade. Yep. These can't block, so I really don't mind. Honestly, I wish they could block, because bringing this back and triggering Trailer Crumbs a million times is kind of hot. Seems shady. I mean, seems fine to me. Can't quite cast this. Think I would rather try and cast it as opposed to playing it as a land, so in we go. If they have the Bone Crusher, I think they did, and they take this trade, I'm more than happy with it. I don't think I trade off the Harbinger, this card's great. Just going to play out the Mammoth here, and likely crack a food if nothing else changes. Oh yeah, I always offer the king. Like, if they trade for this, I'm ecstatic. It just means I draw 3 cards. Like, more than happy to trade the king off. And again, same, I'm happy to block here. I'm not really scared of anything. Opponent's just getting in for free damage because they're almost certainly casting these again. Okay. Nice. Game 3. That felt pretty good, honestly. I don't think I want this. I think it just leads to my hand getting clumped up with expensive spells in this matchup, so I'm going to leave the Henge on the board and run it back. Can we extend our undefeated streak to 4 matches, I think? Please. Would be great. Keep climbing with Eldraine block constructed deck. I'm honestly surprised by how, like, reasonable this has felt, given that we've not played against rogues at all. I suppose if I'm making the joke, I should say set constructed, right? But, like, there's a few cards that aren't from Eldraine, just not a lot of them. Not a lot of them. You know, Eldraine, that perfectly balanced set that's had absolutely 0 cards banned. That one. It is pretty sick, Mubs, I agree. I don't think I can keep this. Maybe I can. I really don't like mulliganing against this deck because they do have Agonizing Remorse post board. I think this is kind of close. I'd like to keep this hand for science reasons. I'm like reasonable against Croxer. If third land unlocks most of my hand. I think it's fine, but it's definitely close. Opponent takes a mulligan of their own. We draw Gilded Goose, which, as much as this will now come in tapped, I think the upside is high enough that I want to lead on Goose. Turn 2 Harbinger is very powerful if we can peel another land, like a true professional. If not, we can just play Scavenging Ooze anyway if we really want to. Shade, sure. Would you look at that? Just very, very clean and efficient Magic. Opponent looks to be missing red mana, which is normally a good sign for Garrick's Harbinger to do good work. Maya Triton is not. There's a chance I'm supposed to just Primal Might here and trade my Goose off, and I think that's what I'm actually going to be doing. Clear the way. Take Kazandi Mammoth because I need my land drops. Off you go. Being able to get lands with this because of Mammoth is just sick. Like, it's the same as, like, Trailer Crumbs now being able to get you, like, spells and lands and, like, you know, the other cards that couldn't get you lands before. It's just great. Crunch. I've gone Super Saiyan. You like my border, do you? I gave myself a nice little aura. I'm glad you like it. How you doing today, Witch Doctor? Mono black opponent struggling with Garrick's Harbinger, it would appear. Yeah, pretty happy not to block. That's more than fine. Eating dinner while questioning Ugin. Why are you like this? Leave Ugin alone. He did nothing wrong. Unfortunately not a land, but still not bad. Opponent missing red has been dire for them. Harbinger, find me a land, please. I guess I take a Goose, and I brick on the second one, but that's fine. Yeah, just gonna happy to keep extending the board out here. Yeah, apart from exiling the board, exactly. Leave Ugin alone, he did nothing wrong. I will stay hydrated, thank you very much for the reminder, Witch Doctor. Opponent, done playing Magic, undefeated streak, with Feasting Troll King continues. We're up to 652 with this interesting pile of green cards. Don't mind me drinking from a 2-litre bottle. probably absolutely fine. All right, still haven't lost. Gonna keep playing Eldraine Tribal until it loses, at least. Possibly even for longer, because I'm actually really enjoying this one. It's been pretty slick. You mean like this? Yeah, but slower. I can work on slowing it down, maybe. That does not work. Neither does that. Okay, we might be time for us to mulligan into oblivion. I got a lot of things to keep working on, but I'm sure I can take a look at it. Like, we'll keep this on 5, obviously, but it's not good. Balaged Recovery, okay. Gingerbread Cabin. Good chance I play the Mammoth on 3, so I'd rather play this now. Opponent makes a 1-1. All the tapped green sources from my opponent. Let's get this Mammoth on the go. Off you go. I'm glad Cardboard Live is holding up. That's always reassuring. Just because I haven't lost in 4 matches you've invested, have you, Adam? Well, hopefully you don't live to regret that. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Enjoy. Hopefully you have as much fun with it as I'm having. Opponent appears to be mono green as well, just of a slightly different capacity. Yeah, deck's not particularly expensive. It's all Eldraine cards. I have never called Primal Might trash. That card's very good. Main deck Harbinger. I don't actually know if this... I'm still pretty sure we're playing some bad cards here, but... I keep winning, so maybe I'm wrong. Am I supposed to just wolf this down? And I think the answer, honestly, might just be yes. I appreciate the compliment, Witch Doctor, I do. Kind of running out of gas here, though. Need a king or a henge. Yeah, realistically, either of those. Vivian would be fine, too. But yeah, need a little more gas just to top us up here. I see, Witch Doctor, I see. That Scavenging Ooze is rather good, isn't it? It's the first time I've played a pseudo mirror, obviously not Troll King, but green. And it does feel like the green deck has a number of tools that might be kind of hard for us to handle. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh, Witch Doctor, you're far too kind. Honestly, Kazandu Mammoth is gas, Mubs. This card is fantastic. Play it in your green decks. It's just kind of great. Oh, well, thank you, dude. I try my best. So I'm glad that people are enjoying what I'm doing. Yoink. Oh, thank you, Witch Doctor. I appreciate that. It's nice to hear stuff like that when it's been such a hard time in the world recently. No, sadly not, Adam. Not quite there. Not yet. It means a lot, Witch Doctor, honestly. It does. Thank you for supporting what I do. It's very, very sweet of you. Good win ratios are important. And Mubs, I think we would all like some paper magic. As soon as the world allows, I'll be shuffling up cards again, I assure you. The Scavenging Ooze is going to be a bit of a problem. Especially if it is about to punch my Mammoth. Which I get the feeling that it's about to do approximately 100% of the time. Look at that. Yeah, I have no real clean way of getting this off the table, which is looking problematic. Gonna need a creature for that one to do it. Crack this. Pay for Trail of Crumbs a few times. I'm probably still supposed to draw another card as opposed to playing the Goose, I think. I think I take the Oven. Do wonder what's in my opponent's hand, though. But yeah, thanks for all the follows and subscriptions tonight, guys. It's been very sweet of you. Very, very appreciated. If you are enjoying the content and you haven't already, do consider tracking us a follow. I'd love to see you back again in the future. We do play some different formats, that's correct, but sadly I am no Commander player. Sadly, sadly. Right, this is kind of awkward. So we'll play the Goose. Might for 5. I enjoy Pauper when I get the chance to play it. I just don't get to play it very often, truth be told. Pretty sure that's what I have to do, unfortunately. Opponent makes a billion 1/1s and a 4/3 that we probably have to block. Yeah, I just don't sadly get often get the chance to play Pauper. So, but I do enjoy it when I do. That's for sure. Well, the mana's much worse now that you don't have Arkham's Astrolabe, yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can take 8, go to 2, and be able to crack this without spending mana, but I don't think that's right. I'm just going to soak up the damage, stop my opponent from drawing a card. Okay, Elder Gargaroth is probably game ending. That's fine. Let's double check that I'm not forgetting anything. That is not going to help. And neither is that. Okay, cool. So mono green. This is interesting. Haven't played this matchup yet. So, ram through, great. Ockheim Adversary, obviously the nuts. Scavenging Ooze is probably pretty solid, honestly. I kind of like Gem Razor too, mainly because of the Great Henge. So, plenty of stuff. What don't I like? Well, excuse me, sorry. I think I meant to cut Witch's Ovens in this matchup, mainly because my opponent is going to leave Gem Razors in because they've seen Trail of Crumbs. They have to assume I have the Great Henge in my deck somewhere. I've mellowed out 3s quite a bit, so this is probably just not a giant opportunity matchup. It doesn't do very much, and I guess I cut a Turn Timber and call that good. Yeah, Pauper does have a unique feel to it, that's for sure. Shame I can't cast Gust down there anymore. Gush, sorry, down there either anymore. But it's probably for the best. I will play first. Thank you very much. And this is fine, if not a little bit anemic. I imagine Wicked Wolf is actually very good in this matchup, so... Yeah, I mean, mono blue double is pretty good, no doubt. Opponent makes a 1-1 short. Would love a creature to cast on turn 3 to really kind of tie this hand together. Thankfully, opponent's hand looks to be quite slow too. They certainly did in the early days, Witch Doctor. There was an awful lot of love for blue, no doubt. Feasting Troll King will be nice later on turn 5 to be precise. So I guess I should get this into play tapped now. Oh, that was bad. I could have cracked this food. Don't think I want to. I want to crack the food though, so I would rather just have it available for the wolf if need be. So I think getting Turn Timber into play is fine. Wolf on 4 and Troll King on 5 most of the time. Crawling Barrens. That's a spicy one to have in your mono green deck. Thanks, Witch Doctor. Appreciate the congratulations. And this is why I held the food, to be brutally honest, because now I get to trade profitably with this Harbinger. The Great Henge is going to be a great follow-up to what we got going on here too. So, Wolf, fight, Activato, Sacrifato, Ponch. Job done. No, this standard does not need Elixir of Immortality. Get out of here. Mill is quite easy to fight. People just need to learn to play more escape spells in their deck. At least in my opinion, at the moment. I am willing to be wrong in the future. No, it does not. There's the Gem Razor I was worried about. I mean, the Spider is seeing huge amounts of play. Phoenix of Ash is fantastic. Ox of Aganas is fantastic. Could definitely see a number of cards that might be worth playing. Okay, so I got some options here. I can either slam the Troll King, or I can Ockheim Ram through, which I think I prefer, honestly. Hopefully game 3. Game 2 at the moment. Still get. This is game 2. We lost game 1. And this is now game 2. Opponent's just casting their Lovestruck Beast is fine by me. I mulligan to 5 in game 1. Yeah. Not in game 2. Primal Might is quite good there. Was hoping to be able to get the king down before this happened. But that's fair. And I'll trade Oakheim for Lovestruck Beast if my opponent wants to. Otherwise, I'll just happily draw a card. Honestly, I think Swarm Shambler is a really cool card and should likely see more play than it does. Card's really sweet. Don't think so, Mubs. I want to be able to get the Great Henge down guaranteed next turn, and this way if my opponent kills the troll, I can just bring it back and play the Henge. Opponent has a Henge of their own. Would love to find a Gem Razor. Alright. Pays for itself. Then am I supposed to Vivian afterwards? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is more than fine. Trample over for a little bit. And then... there is a Gem Razor, you're right. Draw that Gem Razor. Yeah, I can see that, Mubs, definitely. Opponent making a chunk of mana. There's only a Swarm Shambler. Just going to go off and draw a handful of cards off their Henge here, no doubt. Hopefully we can catch back up with them just fine. Balageb recovery on his Gem Razor. Sure. That's fine. I'll give it a kick, Witch Doctor. It might just be struggling a little bit. Well, neither of us is about to have a Henge in just a moment. So... opponent's Henge goes in the toilet. Do I want to cast this wolf? I think the answer is yes. Triggers. I want to fight this. I don't think I do. Harbinger isn't in my deck right now. Yeah, his attack is good. More than happy with this exchange. Well, he can't currently mutate this without casting a target first. There we go. So my Henge is gone, but I'm still miles ahead, which is fine. Turn Timber on top of my library. Think I'm just going to cast this one, honestly. Put a Feasting Troll King into play. Opponent is done. Take them out, they're toasted. We get game 3. Alright. Can we extend this undefeated run with Feasting Troll King to 5-0? That would be really sweet. honestly been having a lot of fun with this one. It's very cool. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Nothing changes with you, does it, Mubs? Nothing ever changes. I'm glad that you are enjoying the content. Cool. See if we can replicate that again for game 3. I have no idea, Adam. I honestly don't. I think this hand is actually fine. To actively good. I'm going to have to disagree with you, honestly, Zero. I like it for Mill to be good occasionally, and I think this deck is not only pretty easily attacked, but I enjoy playing the games. So, we'll have to agree to disagree. I don't think I need to play this as a land if that's the case, so... look, some personal bias coming out. Nothing wrong with the Thalia Drown Yard, but two very different types of deck. Let's get the adversary on the go here. It is certainly not. I can say from the bottom of my heart, some of the games I've played recently with this current standards mill deck are some of the most skill intensive I've played in recent memory. So, whether you want to believe that or not is completely up to you. I have to disagree. The sequencing in that deck is extremely important and not always easy. I think I'm playing this as a tap land and then ramming through this Lovestruck Beast. Nice. Opponent has a Scavenging Ooze, much like we do. There is only a Lovestruck Beast down there at the second. Another Troll King. I think I'm just meant to get into an Ooze fight if that's the case. You keep drawing your Troll Kings? That's fair. Like, I actually don't think that's the end of the world. Opponent eats before it's too late. You can certainly just slam 7/6s with Vigilance and Trample, that's for sure. Which is what we're going to start doing next turn, probably. That shouldn't be coming up that often, but fair enough, Adam. Fair enough. Well, there is Elder Gargaroth. That is one big boy. Wow, you are not doing a good job at this, Adam. Hopefully that turns around for you soon. You said it, not me. Okay, so we have to play... No, we have a castle already, so it's fine. Ka-chonk. Mono green tokens. Nice. Good chance there's meant to be some Elder Gargaroths in this list somewhere. That card is very good, especially in like green mirrors. Gem Razor popping a food. Feels bad. It is not a shame that Oko is legal at all. Anyone who isn't legal, I should say. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. I will absolutely trade for this Gargaroth if given the choice. Adam, you have no idea what you're talking about. Pretty sure I take this as well. Ka-chonk. Come on, Troll King. Keep doing the good work that you're doing. I'm proud of you. Enjoy. I'm very scared of Primal Might here. Like, you can only bring back Troll King on your own turn. So, yeah, a fight spell is likely game over, yes. Or at least, you know, we're in bad shape. Like that one, right there. Wait, opponent tapped out. Why? Okay, what? Sadly, this is oh, this is untapped, yeah, because this is a what is it? This is a forest. Okay, that went better for me than I expected. Back you come. Triggers. Unfortunately, brick. Take a henge. Pay for this, take a goose. Play a henge. This is fine. This is completely fine. Nothing to worry about here. Was that a good turn, chat? I think that was a good turn. Back to nature, the trail. He doesn't even kill the henge. He kills the trail. Alright, fair enough. It's a real shame that I've got another one, isn't it? Make another food. So, two creatures that I kind of want to eat while I can. Before my opponent gets to them. Crunch. This attack is very free. Alright, cool. It's for creatures only, mobs. It's for creatures only. Calm down. Pretty sure I'm just firing off this turn timber. Crunch. Off you go. Abilities of creatures, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. That's fair. I keep thinking this is just casting creatures, but you're right. It is abilities too. Goodbye, the Great Henge. You have more than paid for yourself. That is fine. Yep. So I don't really want to lose the Troll King, so what I should just be doing is punching you in the skull with a wolf, I guess. Make him bigger, and bigger, and bigger. Exiles a hen, sure. Crunch. Activate castle if I can. Yeah, it's fine. Nom. Nom. And then cast this. In. I've not been having that problem, to be honest with you, Zero. Might just be worth restarting it and giving it a kick. At least not today. I've had that problem in the past, but not today. Questing Beast, yes. Powerful magic card. Brilliant. Okay. The undefeated streak with Feasting Troll King gets to 5-0, and we hit 490, which is mental. I did not think we were actually going to be climbing with this deck, but apparently we are. I can't believe it. I really can't. Alright folks, give me just 2 seconds, gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then I'm gonna be back with more Feasting Troll King, kicking some ass and trying to climb this ladder. Don't go anywhere, I'll see you in just a sec. Thank you very much for bearing with me, folks. Appreciate that an awful lot. Let's get back onto this ladder and keep kicking some ass with a free 7-6, shall we? Green's good. Green card's good. No doubt about that right now. The green cards continue to be impressive. So let's keep kicking butt. Against Giganta the Wellspring. This hand is definitely a keep. It's goose into trail, so I don't ever see you mulliganing this one. Opponent in the tank over their keep, it would appear. Cool. Honk. Let's go. Interested in what my opponent's up to. I've not seen a old Gigantha for a little while. No attacks here, obviously. We just want to draw a land with our goose if we can. Heartless Act, that's not good for us. Really needed this goose to be alive for a little longer to try and find us some lands. Is the Gigantha just a bait? It might just be a bait. Was not expecting blue-black as the first couple lands that we saw. Tempted to play this, also tempted to just crack this. I think I'll play this. There's a good chance that if this is a blue-black deck, I need the food to defend a wolf from being immediately murdered. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. We'll hold on to it for now. Binding of the Titans. Opponent just milled a Feasting Troll King for me. This is going well. I don't know what my opponent's up to, but it's slick. Titan's Nest. This is cool. Opponent doing some cool stuff. I'm on board. We lose the Troll King to Binding of the Titans ability. What does this do exactly? Exiles a card from your graveyard to make colorless mana. Okay. Reign of Revelation, Shark Typhoon? Definitely got some fruit going on here, that's for sure. Love a land here. That is not a land. That would have been great if the Troll King was still in the bin. I think I'm just... Whoa, slow down. Did not mean to click that. I mean to click this. No, wait. Do this properly. Brain, function. If you want to... No, if I want to kill this using the wolf, I can't actually attack with it first, so I might as well just wolf it down with this wolf. Okay, sure. And I am going to save this. We don't get to draw a card, but that's fine. Obviously not 100% sure what's going on here, but it looks really slick. Really cool. Replays that Triton, that's fine. Balaged recovery on the nest. Alright, there's some funky stuff going on here, that's for sure. If I make 3 food and attack, what does that look like? Just eats the mammoth. I think that's fine though, honestly. So I could primal might this out of the way, eat a food to keep it safe, get in for 9 instead. That might be better. Okay. No. Confirm 0. Think I prefer that. I could do 11 here, but I don't think the difference is actually that big of a deal. Would rather just leave my food available to save my wolves. Titan's Nest, yep. So I guess they're trying to... Does this work on cycling costs? Cast a coloured spell without X. Oh, no, it doesn't. That's fine. I'm trying to figure out what they're using this for. What are we just dumping coloured mana into? Sure. I mean, that's kind of cool. You're still very dead, though. Discards a forest. I'm super intrigued by what my opponent's doing here. I've not seen Titan's Nest, like, do its thing before. Ah, I see. Well, that makes more sense. Doesn't matter, unfortunately, for my opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4. Submit 0. Crunch. Take game 1 off of Titan's Nest. I guess I definitely want Gem Razor, right? Like I just have to, like, Scoos, that seems good. Harbinger seems good. Happy to do all of those things, I think. This is probably... I think Giant Opportunities is a card we should really be looking to cut. I don't actually think this card's very good, to be honest. Because if I don't want it here when my opponent is potentially milling Troll Kings for me, when do I want it? Yeah, I think it's getting cut. I think it is definitely getting cut. And then probably a handful of Witch's Ovens too. Run it like that. At least until I have a little more information about what my opponent's up to. Nice to take game 1. Let's try and keep this going. Goose Wolf Advocate, 4 lands. Probably a keep, honestly. Not a very exciting one, but probably a keep. Kazandu Mammoth on turn 2 makes that significantly more exciting, if that's something that we get to do. It's not something that we get to do, because our opponent aggressively Heartless Axe our Goose. That is fine. Bala gets back the Heartless Act. Well, I'm definitely casting the Harbinger then, aren't I? Slightly better in the face of Heartless Act than the alternative. Okay. See what happens if I try to attack. Opponent can only make a 2/2 shark, so not going to panic about that just yet. Sweet. Drawing a card. Feels good. Take a Kazandu Mammoth. Make another food, I guess. I think I'm just going to play out this wolf naked then, because at least this survives Heartless Act, whereas these don't. So let's just play around this known removal spell as best we can. Reign of Revelation. Sweet card. Extinction Event does only get one of our threats here too, which is nice. Gargaroth. That one's a little more problematic. Vivian. Try and set up a chain of Troll King into something from Viv. Opponents. Gonna leverage that Heartless Act, it would seem. Wait. No counters? Yeah, you can't Heartless Act this anyway. Eat to extinction the wolf. Sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I think there should probably be a Gargaroth in here somewhere. Not sure exactly where, but somewhere. Great Henge on top. Well, I do want to draw that one next turn, ideally, so... Let's churn out another 3/3. Cast this, make some food. Troll King will get murdered here by the Heartless Act, but then we're going to be able to bring it back and cast this Great Henge. Hopefully. Opponent can cling to dust, actually, so maybe not. Maybe not. They do cling. Alright, well, we can still cast the Henge. We just have to play a Mammoth, play a land. The question is whether or not we take this trade if they offer it, and I think the answer is yes. Making sure they kill Vivian. Yeah, pretty sure I meant to take this. Mammoth. Land. Henge. Go. I will take 6. Balaged recovery. Yep. Means I gotta get through a Gem Razor again. Not a Gem Razor again, sorry, a Gargaroth again. That's easier than getting through a Gem Razor right now, that's for sure. Yep, just tap this to gain some life. Wow, that's rather good. That is really rather good, isn't it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So if I do this for... Okay, so I can do this first. And then 4, 5, 6. So do this for 5. Yarp. Nice. That was an extremely good draw step. There's the Titan's Nest. Here's where my opponent gets to start doing the cool stuff. Maya Triton. Yep. That's pretty sick, actually. The combo between Cling to Dust and Titan's Nest is pretty gas. You do burn through cards in your graveyard very quickly, but that's still great. Scavenging Ooze is a disgusting draw here. My god. That's great. No worries. Let me give Cardboard Live a click real quick. There you go. Hopefully it should be up to date. Fingers crossed. Just gonna mow through my opponent's graveyard here. Job done. Off you go. I did win game 1, yeah. Currently 1-0 up. Looking to keep climbing with Feasting Troll King. Not a phrase I thought I was going to be saying at the start of this morning. Are you serious? Did I just brick on a creature in my top 7 cards? Gross. That is disgusting. Why? Okay. Never mind. I guess you can't always have it all. That is a big shark. I don't think I've ever seen anyone brick on a turntable symbiosis. Honestly, Zero, I'm very happy with all of them. I think Agadeems and Shatterskull Smashing are both absolutely fantastic and are like, any better they'd be broken, and the other ones are all playable. I do remember that, Mubs, yes. Of all the things to complain about, I think the modal double face cards have done a fantastic job at helping Magic. Disagree. I think the white one is the worst. The Ameria's Call is definitely the worst. The blue one is surprisingly good, but it's definitely second worst. The green one is third, mainly because it's fantastic in modern with stuff like Primeval Titan. So, cling to dust to make a shark. Opponent is making this kind of hard for me to get through. Not in modern, they didn't. Opponent's deck is super cool. Modern's great. I love what my opponent's doing. I might have to try and reverse engineer something like this. This looks really slick. Titan's Nest is definitely one of those cards that like has broken potential, and has never really been found. So like, yeah, I think whatever's going on here, I like it, and I'll probably try and reverse engineer something like it. Coming up a little short here. I lied. That would be a little bit silly, honestly. Just a little bit. Not massively, but a little bit. Yep. I have an ocean of food. I would love a trailer crumbs. Trailer crumbs would be pretty gas. Like, yeah, it maybe could have been a little bit better, but, like, I don't think you need actual Tarmogoyf in the format. They're on 26 cards. They probably don't deck. They probably got plenty of ways of keeping this stuff in check. I'm really impressed by what this is a sleeper in this deck. Like, the amount of, like, card draw that they can just cast for, like, 1 mana when there's stuff in their graveyard is just kind of impressive. Yeah, I need a Gem Razor real bad. That is fair. I think, honestly, if any of them are probably fine for standard right now, it's probably Goyf. I don't think you need to be putting Snappy into standard. It's a dangerous card. And I think Bob's probably a bit too good. Bob is probably a little bit too good. Yeah, like this. Can you imagine, like, how unlikely you would be to see? Fucking hell. This costs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so it's even. Okay. I should still sack this. No, I appreciate that. I don't know how I get through this, you know? This is whack. Yeah, sure. I'll lose the turn timber. I'm really impressed by what my opponent's been doing. I'm very glad that I've been streaming because it means I can go back and try and reverse engineer what's going on here. It's very cool. Alright. I think I'm better off reducing the cost on the henge as opposed to the other way around. Oh, it's not a name that I recognised, so there you go. I learned something today. That is a good one. Ah, fair enough. That makes some sense, I suppose. Former Mox competitor. Now that does make me think this deck really might have some legs. I don't think that serves me much use. Mubs, does it? Am I missing something? Like, I don't think sacking the Troll King helps me very much. Yeah, I can draw a card, but like, what does that do? Like, I'm not drawing towards anything here, really. Like, I need to just not be dead to the flyers in the air, so I have to actually crack these to gain life. Yeah, I don't think that getting into anything outside of standard should be cheap to get into. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough argument, Golgari Tom, and it always kind of has been. I understand that new players obviously want availability and the ability to actually play the formats that intrigue them. 11, so if I block here, I take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, I can't stay alive, can I? I'll let my opponent figure it out. They probably have done already. Like, I can understand both sides of the argument of people that have been playing for a long time wanting to be able to keep the value they've invested, but also allowing new players to access the game is important. Otherwise, we end up in situations like what we have in Legacy right now. So it's tough. It's very hard to find a balance. I'm very glad that I'm not the one who has to find the balance, because fuck that. Wow, I still don't know entirely how I'm supposed to be sideboarding here. Am I supposed to want Shameweb Arachnids? I don't think so. Yeah, I've been on that side of the argument myself for a while, Zero. But again, as much as I might not necessarily agree with the idea that people want their old staples to be reprinted, I do understand it at the very least. It does make some sense to me. This is a bit of a awkward hand, and I think I have to mull it. That is slightly better, but not by a lot. Like, as a man who's been on the receiving end of having his whole deck banned and losing hundreds of pounds when I've not been in a good position to do so, I can certainly understand wanting to be able to collect the game. But yes, I agree that most of the time original versions will retain value over their counterparts. So it's a bit of this and that. Double Mire Triton really sucks ass here. I now can't get this Harbinger through. Gonna have to do this twice, I guess. Crunch. I lost game 2, yeah. Lost game 2. Opponent's deck is very cool. Yeah, as I say, Tom, I think this is a tough one because I do understand your point of view in that you want everyone to have paid the same, but as you say, there's different opinions, right? There's different options. You paid a premium to have it now, whereas they pay less to have it later, is also a very valid argument. I do understand both points of view, but I'm definitely on the side of accessibility more for the good of the game than I am for my own financial gain. But again, I do understand both approaches. Please get out of my way. Opponent does have the Heartless Act, which is perfectly fine. I think I've made my stance on the secret layers clear in the past, in the fact that I don't think mechanically unique cards should be in them. But that's just me. Am I ever making this attack? No, okay, fair enough, Zero. I just want things to remain civil and not particularly heated. I don't think I am. Nice to see you, Jess. How are you? Yeah, this has been a real spicy one, and the best part is, Jess, in the 3 hours we've been playing, we haven't lost yet. We are close to losing this game 3, though. This is really shitty. It's been a blast against Milrogue, it really has been. We've not had a chance to play against it on stream, but it's been a blast. This Mythic's really proven to be a pain in my ass. Okay. The plan against Milrogue is let them mill my Troll Kings and my Spiders win the game. This might be bad. But I don't think I can sit here and wait. That was my concern. Got to draw something that makes food. Really got to draw something that makes food. There are a lot of those. But food is required. That is largely the plan, Jess, yeah. However, I'm more impressed by my opponent's deck. My opponent's deck's been super sweet, and I really want to reverse engineer it when I get some time off stream. Titan's Nest. Very sweet. This is a few too many lands at this point. That is a lot of Titans, Mubs. Awful lot of Titans. Does get negated. Okay. The thing is, Zero, you need to understand that for a lot of people, Magic is an investment, and it is about personal gain, and I don't think there's anything wrong with having that mentality. Even if I don't personally agree with it. Yeah, the opponent's deck is really slick. But Maya Triton's been kicking our ass, yeah, because we've not been able to get through it. But it is about time that we took a loss, so I am impressed. Probably is Troll King or bust territory now. And I think I agree with Golgari Tom there, in that Hasbro has definitely made their intentions clear, in that they believe the game is a monetary item first and playable second. That I would agree with. Opponent's deck is gas, and I definitely want to get it built. Yep, willing to accept that we can't beat a Heartless Act at this point anyway. Thanks, Greyhenge. Alright, we take our first loss. We do definitely take our first loss. That is rough. All the way back down to 754. Ugh. Disgusting. However, our first loss comes at the hands of Titan's Nest, and I really look forward to reverse engineering that one. That is great. Gonna have at least one more with this one. 5-1 is not a bad record for a deck that's not exactly established. So let's see if we can end the night on a good note, shall we? Love it. Absolutely love it. That is not a keep, unfortunately. Ugh. I think we're against Mill, he says, hopefully, so I'm going to keep this on 6 and hope that I'm right. Oh god, what? What do you mean, planes? Alright, we might be in some trouble. My educated guess of Lurus meaning mill turned out to be a poor one. So, Boggles. Okay. Didn't know this was a deck either. There is a Troll King. Gonna have to hope to not take too much damage here while working our way towards something meaningful. I imagine opponent's hand is chock full of enchantments of some sort. Light of Hope. Yes, that's the thing you're allowed to do. As I say, I think in general it's a very difficult topic, and I'm glad that I'm not the one who has to make the decisions. More than happy to talk about where I stand on it, though, for anyone who cares. Yeah, that wolf is a good draw if my opponent has no way of answering it. Should I pass priority here and not sack a food? Yeah. Yeah, I think I will. Cool. Still gains proc green, but it means our wolf is alive, at the very least. All that glitters is a bit of a problem, yikes. Oh. No, I've not, Jess. I wasn't even aware anyone was playing Shrines. That's pretty funny. I don't think we have a very good matchup against Buckles, I'm going to be honest. It's like one guy in Mythic. That's really sweet. I guess I'm alive. You forget this has trample mobs. I cannot go with Vivian, I'm afraid. I mean, Gem Raise is going to help, but I definitely don't want to overboard like that. It's nice to see Standard being so diverse for a bit. Exactly, it's doing some cool things. That's why I've had a lot of fun tonight, playing cards I've not played with in, oh fuck, 2 years now, maybe more. Alright, sick. We bought ourselves some time. Titan's Nest, exactly. What is that? What do you mean, Titan's Nest? I imagine when I refine the list down, there will almost certainly be at least one Gargaroth in it, unfortunately, dude. I think I'm wrong to not have at least one. Okay. So if I cast the wolf, what can I get that matters? Because I guess I just got to start building a brick wall, right? Just big ass wall. Goose for another food, maybe. Yeah, I think I can buy that actually. Crack. 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 That really wouldn't surprise me, Tom. Like, I expect to see that kind of stuff plenty going forward. I just really hope that they choose to give those things the Godzilla treatment and not the Walking Dead treatment. Because allowing for names that fit a new setting to allow those cards to be reprinted is something that I would rather see as opposed to stuff like Glenn or Negan, which are kind of hard to reprint in the Magic world, given that they weren't given that option. I don't think I'm ever supposed to attack there. He never blocks because he knows he always has me on the crackback. I'm just going to try and go really wide. I need like a henge. 2, 3. I definitely can't cast that yet, so Mammoth it is. Yep, couldn't beat Feat of Resistance, so... couldn't cast it, didn't have enough mana, mobs. Didn't have enough mana. Not sure we're regularly beating Feat of Resistance, to be honest. I mean, Gem Race is obviously the nuts. Ram through seems pretty good. I didn't put that in by accident. I don't think Alkine Adversary's worth enough. We saw how that game played out just now. My opponent eventually just gives their creature flying or protection. And let the board build out. So that's not what it's about. I don't think we care enough about Sentinel Eyes for Scavenging Ooze, so I'm not going to bother. Pretty sure this is just a pretty clean cut. Get rid of the giant opportunities in an oven and call this good. That is a mulligan as well. And the 6 is definitely getting punished by these gingerbread cabins, even though they've been very good today. Yeah, opportunity is almost certainly going. It's had some really like high variance, high rolls, but it's been pretty bad in general, so it's probably just gone. Alright, see what we can do with this. Untap land to be able to fight before the fight doesn't matter would be great. Wow. I'm not blocking, because I would like this goose to be alive, please. Honestly. I can't begin to state how the diversity of matchups has felt really fresh today. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, we were like, let's put this deck together to see if we can beat rogues. And we've not played against rogues a single time. And we've played against Titan's Nest and Mono White Boggles. And like the amount of cool stuff that's going on in Mythic right now is really refreshing. And I really do hope it carries on. I really, honestly, safely can say that I do. I would love to take the Great Henge, but that's not something we can afford to do right now. Can't help but feel like my opponent's hand is just chock full of protection spells. It's going to make getting this wolf off kind of rough, I think. Proud of you, Adam. Well done. Is there a good edict in the format? I'm gonna say maybe. If there is, I'm not entirely sure what it is. But honestly, Boggles hasn't been a popular deck prior to ever, because this is the first time I've seen it in forever. Make your opponent sacrifice a creature, Adam. That's what an edict is. I have to try this, right? I can't really afford to wait. I think that would be really scummy, to be honest with you, Tom. I really hope that's not a thing that we see. It almost certainly would, yes. I guess I should have played around solid footing? Standard, staple, solid footing? Yikes. Okay. I didn't know this deck existed prior to just now, so we're definitely making some mistakes. So yeah, okay, we probably can't beat a Shadow Spear. Alright, this is wild. These last two matches have been against decks I've never seen in my life, and it's clearly shown. I would say it's definitely a stretch, Tom. I'll definitely agree that it's not impossible, but it's definitely a stretch. Again, I'm not entirely sure I can play around anything here. Like, this is the thing. If I aim for this Stonecoil Serpent, my opponent almost certainly definitely has protection, because otherwise, why would they not have equipped the Shadow Spear? So am I supposed to just blow the spear up? think so. I've literally not seen this prior to today, Jess, and I'm glad that something like this seems like it might be doable, might be playable. But I've definitely made some sequencing mistakes, and mono green is not the best setup to handle it either. So there is also that. Like, it's tempting to try and go after the stone coil there, but it's just never going to work. Like, they just have feet of resistance all the time. Jesus Christ. Fairy Guide Mother, I guess. Really starting to question how I've played this game, but I just don't know what tools this deck has. It gets destroyed by rogues, that makes some sense, I guess. Well, that's not very good, is it? To be fair, not only is this matchup almost certainly awful, but we took some real shady mulligans this match as well. So, Jesus. Yeah, okay. So, the only matches we've lost tonight are to Titan's Nest and Mono White Boggles. Standard is a different place, boys and girls. And the sick part is, losing those two matches has made us drop over 500 ranks. Oh, God. Ladder, man. Ladder. All the way up to top 500, back down to below 1,000 within 2 matches. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. For those folks that have been enjoying this deck, by the way, and you want to see more of it in the highlights, I'm going to be editing tonight's stream for YouTube a little bit later on, probably tomorrow. And it will be getting posted on our YouTube channel. If you haven't gone and subscribed over there already, do it. Go take a look. And you can catch up with the highlights over there whenever it's convenient for you. I'm probably going to adjust things like that after the stream, Mubs. I've put this build together for tonight, and I'm not going to be going much longer today. So I'll almost certainly make those changes in the future. This is probably a hand where I'm supposed to keep this giant opportunity. Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I have any knowledge of lore in this regard, because I just don't, to be brutally honest. I have no experience in lore. I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Main deck Duress. Okay then. Standard is nothing like it was three or 4 days ago. This stream's been wild. Yeah, feel free, Barman. Like, if people want to talk about it tomorrow, they're more than welcome to. I think I'm going to do my best to reverse engineer that Titan's Nest deck for tomorrow, because it looked really damn sweet. Yeah, that should work. I'm not entirely sure why it doesn't if it isn't. There you go. If anyone would like to join our lovely little community Discord server, you're more than welcome to pop yourselves over there as well. I don't think you want to be anything other than mono green, to be honest with you, Mubs. Troll King costs 4 green. It's like very expensive otherwise. Okay. So opponent is red-black, extremely heavy on discard, which with a more cohesive hand might not be a problem. Definitely coming up Millhouse here though, aren't we? As I say, Zero, not going to claim to have enough knowledge to really make a judgment call on that. Opponent missed on their Tyramet Call to Dead, which feels good, at least. God damn it, man. Can I seriously draw some mana? I guess I'm supposed to make a 7/7 and hope it survives somehow. Opponent has bricked twice on their Tyramet Call to Dead. Feels really bad for them. Just please let me untap with this 7/7 so I can cast a damn Great Hunch. Why did I open my mouth? Why did I say anything at all? Kazandu Mammoth. I think you're just getting played as a land, buddy. As unexciting as that is. Well, there goes Vivian. Opponent is chock full of discard. Looks more like a control deck than anything else. Well, there's Tyramet Call to Dead again. They do hit this time, but they don't find a Croxer, which is reassuring. Yeah, OP's mana's been awkward and our draw has been uncooperative. If the goose stays alive, it's not a bad one. OP's just got main deck Duresses and Remorses, which is a lot. That is heavy on the discard. Might very well be correct, but hard to keep a cohesive hand when it gets when it gets kind of shredded like that. Ox of Agonas, also quite a good one. I will untap. Ox has been seeing play in these red-black decks anyway, buddy. It's been seeing play for some time. Usually in the sideboard, admittedly, but it's definitely been there. Maybe, maybe not, Barman. Who knows? Yep, it's been popular as of late. I would love to find a land here. Sweet. Let's just punch a 2/2. Yeah, I've seen people main decking it too. It's not like completely unbelievable that it's in the main deck. It's just normally in the sideboard. At least I think it is. Again, this is the first Magic we've actually played since the bans have updated, so entirely possible things have moved around quite a bit. Opponent having not found a Croxer in the top half of their deck is kind of mad, really. Assuming they have Croxer in their deck, which they definitely should. No questions. That's not going to go how you intended it to, buddy. And as valuable as that goose is, I would much rather actually get this damn henge into play, so keeping the wolf alive seems preferable to me. Nice. That's actually not bad here, to be honest. Not just yet, but not bad. I don't really want to kill this ox. This can wait. Oh, Mystic Troll King of the deck. Where have you gone? Please come back. I can take 6 here, that's fine. Why is there so much discard in this man's deck? That is the 3rd duress after 2 remorses. Sweet bejeebus. No worries, barman. Do what you like. Crapped a few tinnies, nice. Gain some life, untap. That, if I just have to cast this, right? Just 100% have to slam this and try and hit a creature. Yerp. And I like. Do I punch this ox? It's just going to come back for the rest of time. But I think the answer is yes. Oh, you were oh, fair. I missed you. My bad. Yeah, he might have done. He very much might have done. Opponent finally finds a Croxer. I assumed they were in there somewhere. $19 cards left in their deck. Is there a chance that our opponent decks themselves? Maybe. Would not be easy, but not impossible. Goes with the Ox, spins the 2 cards in his hand into the bin. That seems fine to me. Shatter Skull Smashing and second Ox. Back comes the Titan. We'll go to 11. That is not a good draw step. Yeah, I imagine Crocs is going to start going to work here a little bit, but the main problem in this game was honestly the sheer amount of discard our opponent was packing. Like, the opportunity was really good this game, honestly, Mubs. Like, it caught us right back up. But our opponent discarded the other one out of sheer respect for it. His opponent's name is interesting, yeah. The Maya Triton's been middling to relevant in this game. Like, this board was already here before we got our feet on the ground. It's because our opening hand was kind of shredded to pieces by the discard that we ended up in a significantly more sticky situation. The Maya Tritons are definitely proving to be an issue overall, though. We've definitely struggled against them tonight in general. Don't get me wrong, today's stream has been overwhelmingly positive. We've learned a lot of really cool things about this deck and where it has potential. But we've definitely learned a lot of what it's doing wrong too. Opponent is really going in here, aren't they? 10 cards left? Is there ever a chance we survive? Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we are alive. Take a goose. Bit late on the Troll King, unfortunately. Yarp. Second hand doesn't help us, so. Yeah, I can't stabilize this board from here. It's unfortunate. We've been doing very well against red-black in general so far tonight, but the amount of discard in my opponent's hand, in my opponent's deck there, I should say, was kind of mental and very hard for us to handle. I actually don't think I want ram through against this version. My opponent looks way more spell-centric, like significantly more spell-centric. So I'm going to leave it out. I think when I see magmatic channelers and stuff like that, I definitely want to be able to ram through. But when you don't see... See, I don't think that's what matters that much. I'd rather just have more threats and let Primal Might do the work there. Like, yes, Maya Triton's a pain, but I can't just bring in a card that's bad against everything else. Like... You've still got the Wolves and the Primal Mites to take care of Maya Triton, specifically. I just don't think against the list my opponent's playing, which is clearly significantly more discard and removal heavy, that having 12 pieces of removal line up quite so well. This hand is kind of awkward. I think it's fine, but it really needs to draw some lands. Against what my opponent is playing, I would really much rather not mulligan at all if I can help it, because they are chock full of discard, like up to 8 copies in game 1 levels. Yo, DZ, my dude, thank you. How you doing? Thank you for the raid, man. Super appreciated. Hopefully you had a lovely one yourself. If you haven't checked out the lovely DZ, let me get his details over to you already. Dude makes some fantastic content. Literally the king of Magic TikTok. Go have a look. Go see what he's up to. Dude makes some great stuff. What's up? How we doing, Grixis Leader? Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. It's super nice of you. We've been rocking, DZ. We've taken 2 losses tonight overall. Unfortunately, we lost about 500 ranks to those losses. And they were to Titan's Nest and Mono White Boggles. For everything else, cleaning house. Cleaning house. Been a blast. How was your stream? Hopefully you had a lovely one as well. Wolf down. There is so much discard, man. Yeah, where has this Titan's Nest deck come from? It looks sick. I want to give it a go. I really do. Yeah, apparently he's a Mox competitor or something. He has like some top finishes on MTGO, from what chat was telling me. So, dude knows what he's doing. I think I'm gonna try and reverse engineer it, and give it a spin. It looked really cool. Also, I'm getting murdered by duresses and agonizing remorses, so there's also that. I'd love to do commentary on the game, but as you can see, there's not a lot going on. Standard All-Star Gilded Goose coming to save the day. But yeah, thanks for sending your folks over my way, man. Always appreciated. Nice to see so many friendly faces heading on over. Jesus Christ, man. This is like the first time we've really struggled against red-black, and our opponent having all the extra discard is really like shown to be a big issue. Can you cast this Croxer again, please? If you don't mind. Thanks. Appreciate that. Get back into play. Get out of play. That went reasonably well for me. Mad. Absolutely mad. Yep, Bone Crush is good. Whoa, where's my mouse going? Fuck. Apparently, computer's giving up on life now as well. Great. Yeah, howdy folks. What do you mean Black Lance Paragon? Alright, well I got punked. If you've never been over this way before, hi, I'm HowlingMines. I'm an English streamer, stream 5 times a week. If you want more information, want to check out my socials, want to check out my YouTube, let me know. Shoot you some links. Thanks for stopping by with DZ. It's cool to see so many of you. And yeah, hopefully you enjoy the deck as much as I have. Highlights for today's stream with this deck will be going up on the YouTubes sometime tomorrow. I don't know why I typed YouTubes, because that's got an S on it. But if you want to go subscribe over there, feel free. You'll be able to check out the whole stream at your leisure. It'll be really cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna trim opportunity. The sideboard needs some work, like in general. Yeah, we're getting punked. This guy has just got everything. Yeah, opportunity probably goes. I'm not sold on Oven, and we'll figure out the rest. But like, yeah, we are kind of getting murked at the second. Second food at least. Hope now any draw that makes a food gets us back into this. But dude's got some unique choices in this list, and we're definitely getting our soul completely owned by them. So there is also that. That does not make a food. Well, let's get it into play, I guess, because if I draw a Troll King, I want to cast it. I swear to God, man. Alright. Draw steps. Not running so hot these last couple games. Definitely not running so hot. I'll take one more hit before I pop food. Bullseye. Back both come. Get into play, you trolls. Let's go. Alright, just don't kill me. I am on 3. I guess that means Crocs is coming back. And you're hoping this is a land, which it's not, but I didn't really want to see Croxer either. Yeah, 2 7/6s for 6 mana ain't bad. Ain't too bad. Opponent correctly aiming that Spikefield Hazard at my face, by the way. They get paid off if I drew a land for my turn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I gotta hold this, I guess. Nice. Leave my Troll Kings alone, man. Oh, what are you doing? Maya Triton. Gah. That's so sick. Such good draws from my opponent. Alright, so... Wait. Crack. Crack. If I block this, you can't stop me trampling over for lethal, my dude. Lethal, question mark? Sick. Alright, game 3. Let's do this. I want to take game 3 against this dude. He's just ripping my soul out. Do I want any ram throughs? Have I changed my mind? I don't think so. Like, if the things that are going to be good with ram through are in play already, I'm probably already winning. I just don't know, Mubs. Like, you know what? I'll split the difference with you. I'll try a couple. Like, and if I draw one and it gets me killed, I blame you. It might be better than Primal Might, actually. That's fair. I can see that. Definitely a possibility. What's new? That's fair. That's completely fair. Alright, tight game 3, let's go. I think this is a keep. It's a little anemic, but it's going to be good against discard, hopefully. Do I lead on a mammoth? I think I do. Always, man. I can't take the blame. What are you about? Definitely not. Definitely not. Agonizing Remorse is a good one. See what opponent wants to take. Takes the trail, makes sense. Can see that. Draw a trail anyway because we're a champion. Professional Magic player in the house. Top deck. Good old Thoughtseize bug. There's the Triton. Mills over a Croxer. No, we're against red-black still, but he's had his fair share of discard. You're funny. You're really funny. Thanks for that, man. I deserve that. That's fine. Nothing that me ordering a takeaway after this stream can't fix. It's okay, man. It happens. People have differences of opinion. That's why I tried to be careful about making sure that I dialed it in. How you doing, Milk Crate? Things are going burr indeed. Slowly but surely. Alright, I get to punch this thing in the skull. Feels good. Primeval Titan does a good job of going burr often too. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Jess has been around for a while. We obviously had a lovely raid from DZ who sent, all his lovely folks over this way too. So it's been good. It's been good. Opponent looking for that land pretty bad by the looks of it. They don't find it, yo. They need a red source to get this Croxer on the go. They were trying to find it tap land. Yeah, I gave DZ a shout out. Already, but yeah, it's same applies. Thank you. Oh yeah, we're definitely casting Vid this turn, no doubt. Do I care about reach? Maybe. Probably not. Yeah, I'm trying to think it through. Like, they might have like Phoenix of Ash or Phoenix of Ash. Wow, Jesus, Phoenix of Ash or some shit, Phoenix of. I know what I said. I stand by it. Phoenix of Ass. Quote me. I'll even record that one for the replay feature later on. Yeah, so I'm going to have to discard Ram through here, I think, because Primal Might ends up being better against Croxer specifically. Quote me, Daddy. I've been called worse. Ram through on top of my library as well. That's not bad. Vigilance, please. Fireball, please. Ka-chunk. Don't time yourself out, you'll be fine. Phoenix of Smash. Also a valid one. I mean, is there much point in casting the second one? Like, why? I still take 6 damage off getting the Croxer out of the way. Right? Like, am I wrong? Land on top really sucks. Didn't want to see that. Alright. I lose my creature to mobs, right? I'm not big enough to survive the punch. Leaves me with 1 mana. It's got 1 toughness on it, and then the second fight spell doesn't survive it, right? Because it takes 6 damage from the Croxer, so it's a 7/1, and then if I fight again, it dies. Oh, you wanted me to use the 3/3. Alright, that might work. Yeah, that might have worked. Yeah, no, I think you're right. That might have been better. That's solid. Yeah, I didn't even stop to think about that. Yeah, you got a point. Yeah, no, Mobs, I think you might be right. I didn't even stop to think about it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Hopefully we don't get punished for that. Please, why are there so many lands on top of my library? Please give me a creature to damn cast. Opponent's back to 5 cards in their graveyard already, which is mental. They're going to be able to cast Croxer again next turn. It's just crazy. Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you, dude. I think you might have been right. I didn't stop to think about using the other Primal Might as a pick off for the 3/3 beast on a 2/2 zombie just to push damage. But I think you're probably correct. And like we've obviously won this game by now if we do that. I just didn't think about it, so definitely a good catch, man. Oh god, that sucks. Please let there be a damn creature underneath this fucking forest. Are you kidding me? Where are my spells, man? It's not even like it has to be the top card of my deck. I just need it to be there for Vivian to cast. Come on. Yeah, no, yeah. If I get punished, I deserve to get punished. Like, I made a mistake. Like, that's the whole point of today, right? We're learning. We're trying out new stuff. We're going to be making mistakes. It's part of it, man. Man, we're running cold. Running cold. Come on. Bricked so many draw steps now. Kills a beast. Alright, yeah. Kill the other beast. Alright. Well, you can't get Vivian off the table, but you can do me a shit ton of damage. Soul Guide Lantern. Okay. I gotta leave this in my hand so that I don't get killed by this trigger. Where were you, Troll King? Where were you? It's a land, yeah, but it costs 3 life to have it untapped. Which I don't have, because I'm on 3. It's a spell. It's a spell on the front side. As long as it's a spell on the front side, I won't die to Croxo. I can't double block this or I die. Oh, come on. This game is stupid close. Does certainly make me wish I had a Gargaroth. When it comes to the Viv, you're not wrong. Wow, opponent has so much gas left in the tank. It's not lethal now, though. You got a present for us? Well, thanks, dude. That's pretty cool of you. I'll take a look at that in a minute. Definitely. If I get a wolf... Oh, what the fuck do I do? Make 6 green. Cast this. I don't think I did the best turn there. Kind of bricked it. The fact I'm not already dead makes me think my opponent doesn't have it. But I don't know. Cling to dust. Looking for it, I guess. Looking for Stomp, looking for Spikefield Hazard. Yeah, I made a mistake, dude. I definitely made a mistake. It's the question of whether I can get myself out of it. No, I could have pushed 9 extra damage a couple turns ago, and I didn't do it. Never didn't have it. Oh, wow. What a match. Absolutely mental. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. So what's that now? I guess either 5-2 or 6-2 on the night with the Troll King deck. Definitely some work to be done. Looking forward to seeing if we can get there with this one. Super sick. Definitely really enjoyed that, and I'm gonna keep working on the deck as well as this Titan's Nest deck, I think.